competition. There's a game starting in about 30 minutes. Detroit will go to Baltimore. That game beginning at 4:30 there on TBS. Kansas City travels to Los Angeles or Anaheim to take on the Angels tonight. That game will be at 8 o'clock on TBS. Maybe our good friend Anthony Turling can call us if he can wipe the tears from his eyes and talk about his Pirates last night and how they failed to show up there in Pittsburgh. How do you feel about the kid at Ohio State who ran out on the field last week, was picked up and basically rock bottom there, on the sideline by the strength and conditioning coach Schlegel for Ohio State? Now he looks like he might lose his scholarship. Apparently he's on a caddy scholarship, the Evans caddy scholarship. I don't know. He got in good with Judge Schmales at Bushwood and got him a scholarship to go to school. But apparently he might lose that scholarship now. So, how do you feel about that? Do you feel sorry for the kid? Did he get what he deserved? We'd love to hear from you. But of course, the big game this weekend, a lot of great games in the SEC, but as we've talked about, this week, and we'll continue to talk about today and tomorrow, this Auburn-LSU game is kind of the highlight for us. So we're just going to continue. We had a lot of good luck with our question of the day yesterday. We're going to continue that and roll it out again today. The LMG question of the day: what is your most memorable Auburn-LSU game in your lifetime? Which one do you remember the most, and why? We had a lot of good responses to that yesterday, Randy, and hopefully we'll get a lot of good memories again today.
Some of them that we received yesterday, I'll go all the way back. I guess the earliest game that we talked about was the 72 game, and Auburn loses in that one, the only game the Amazons lose all season long. So that was one that was brought up. I believe the caller may have been an LSU fan at the time, moved to Birmingham, became an Auburn fan once moving up. So a little bit of a change there. But we talked a lot about the 88 game. We were thrilled to have Benji Rowland on the program with us yesterday, as he was an All-American, 66 tackles, 7 behind the line of scrimmage, outstanding player for that 88 team. Talked about the 94 game. Talked about that because of the interceptions, and many of us remember that one. Talked about the cigar game. And the cigar game, I was following Cole Kublik on Twitter today, and, of course, he throws a picture out of he and the rest of the Auburn Tigers. Our good friend Jim Hardy was standing right behind him, toking away on that cigar. So that was one. That was a great offensive line. When I look through that, and I'm thinking of the offensive line that Auburn had at the time, Pasillo was on that line. He played a bit in the league. Cole Kublik was there in the middle. Kendall Simmons was on that line. Geno James was on that line. Auburn's had some good ones. That was one of its better ones, Andy.
Yeah, definitely. That was a bunch of road graders on that one. And Clifton Robinson, who we had on the show yesterday, mentioned that game as well. I asked him. He said, oh, yeah, he had one. He's got a picture of it. I think all those guys, that's one of those moments in your career that gets framed. That's the one that everybody remembers for sure. Thinking back on this, yesterday and again today, I was a little surprised that nobody brought up 1996 with the barn catching on fire. On TV, it almost looked like there was an inferno right behind Jordan-Hare Stadium. It was it created a little distance. I was actually a student at the time. I was living at University Park. I walked outside my trailer and I could see the smoke billowing up in the distance there. Another one, 1995. I think Auburn loses 12-6. That was the phantom whistle. And the Pat Nix, he didn't, there you could clearly hear a whistle being blown, but he stopped. It looked like the offensive line stopped, but LSU didn't stop. And, that ended up being a big play in that game. There's so many memorable ones. And another thing that's interesting, Auburn didn't play LSU a lot during the 80s. I think they played in 80, and I think they played in 81, and then they played in 88 and 89. But those great Auburn teams in the 80s, we just didn't play LSU back then. We didn't go to the SEC, didn't go to the divisions until 1992, and then Auburn started playing LSU every year, and it started going back and forth and becoming a rivalry. But back in the 80s, it just really wasn't. Auburn just didn't play LSU. That's one reason we don't have a lot of memories.
Love to hear from you. 888-9-TIGER-9 334-887-3401 is looking down through some of your notes today. Just matchups that you see in this game. I'll kick it over to you. What's a matchup that you believe? Let's stay positive. What's a matchup as you look at this Auburn and LSU game that you think's positive for Auburn?
LSU's had a lot of trouble this year with as far as the interior defensive line, giving up rushing yards in between the tackles. They struggle with that against Wisconsin right out of the gate on a neutral field. Now you look at LSU's schedule, and the three teams that they played that were really subpar. They ran up and down the field on them, and they really held them to pretty much shut them out. I think they gave up 7 points to New Mexico State, but they shut out Louisiana Monroe. They shut out the other team that they played. But you look at Mississippi State and the read option, and that Mississippi State offense looks similar. It's not exactly the same, but it looks somewhat similar to the Auburn offense, and that's a good sign because Josh Robinson ran wild in that game. Dak Prescott ran wild in that game and got so many. I think I read today that they had like 300 yards in between the tackles. So that's a very good sign. That's one of the things that Auburn has struggled with this year to some degree. They've gotten a little bit better at it, but they still struggled certainly against Kansas State, and maybe didn't run the ball quite as well as you thought they should have against Louisiana Tech, although they did have to shuffle the offensive line. That makes a difference. But I like the fact of Auburn's running game running in between the tackles against LSU.
When you look down through the stat line, the offenses look just about exactly the same. Both of them running 226 a game for LSU, 260 for Auburn, 236 passing for LSU, 220 for Auburn. Auburn averaging 42 points per game, LSU averaging 41 points per game. So if you look down through that, you say pretty equally matched there. But when you move to the defense, it is what you said. And that Auburn defense only allowing 90 yards per game, only 28 yards per game on less than 0.5. I think it was 0.4 yards per carry in the second half that Auburn defense has allowed. On the opposite side, LSU allowing 160 yards per game, which is 70th in the country. If there was ever a time for Auburn to get that running game going, get some positive gains early on, not go 3 and out, which I think has been one of the issues as you watch Auburn this year, it would be this LSU game this weekend.
And another thing, you look at this LSU team, they are very, very young. With the announcement that Brandon Harris is going to be the starter, the first time that he's gotten the start in his career, true freshman. You've got Fournette in the backfield, another true freshman. You got Malachi Dupree, another true freshman, as well as many, many others. You look at some of the Trey Quinn is another true freshman receiver out there. Darrell Williams, another freshman running back. You look up and down this LSU roster, and I think it says 14 out of the 26 touchdowns they've scored have been scored by freshmen. Now that's scary a little, for the future. But right now, it's not only on the offense; it's on the defense too. They are a very, very young team, very, very inexperienced, and I think that's one thing. We looked at them coming into the season that they were going to struggle at times, and they were going to, go through these freshman growing pains. You like the fact that they're coming on the road into a hostile environment in Auburn. I think that's certainly an advantage to Auburn. But you look up and down the roster, and LSU's a team that. How is it that they are in a position now where they have to start a true freshman and quarterback? The way they recruited, you would think that they wouldn't be in this position.
Well, they've missed a lot. Alabama's missed a lot also. We say that they have. Blake Sims has looked outstanding. Stephen Rivers moved on. Phillip Rivers' younger brother was sitting there as a backup, never could get on the field, loses out, and he transfers. So that's part of the issue. Maybe LSU had a lot of confidence that he would step in and be the starter there. But that didn't end up working out. And I remember seeing Stephen Rivers in high school, huge kid, about 6'7", ran about a 5'5" or a 5'6" 40 when I saw him. So when I looked, I said, not much of an athlete here, but if he can stand back there and throw it around, maybe so. But it ended up not working out. So potentially that is what you're seeing. But LSU and Les Miles and Kevin Skarbinski's article on that yesterday. Maybe a lot has to do with these misses and so many defections to the NFL because LSU, if you look at their stats, you look at their numbers, so many of their kids are playing in the NFL now, and they've done a great job recruiting, but that doesn't bode well for this year.
No, it doesn't. Again, you look at the roster, 44 of the 70 players listed on LSU's depth chart on offense or defense are freshmen and sophomores. You throw in the redshirt freshmen and sophomores, and LSU has gotten 21 of its 26 touchdowns from underclassmen. a very, very young team coming into Jordan-Hare Stadium Saturday to face the Auburn Tigers. You look at this Auburn defense facing this LSU offense. Cam Cameron has done a good job ever since he's been there. How do you go about attacking Auburn right now? The linebackers, you're not sure. Maybe Auburn will be without their two starters. LSU is always going to try to establish the run. That's first and foremost on their mind. They're a downhill running team, although they do have exceptional talent at wide receiver position, it seems like, every single year. But can Auburn stop the run, first and foremost? Can they contain that in between the tackles? That's what killed them last year. Jeremy Hill running wild for 184 yards. If Auburn can come out and establish the defensive line, the line of scrimmage, and contain LSU's running game early, it puts an enormous amount of pressure on Brandon Harris and puts Auburn ahead right off the bat.
And I hate to say it, and I think a lot has to do with those two middle linebackers and if they're healthy enough to play. Nonetheless, I like our backups. I like Anthony Swain. I think Trey Williams is going to be outstanding once he gets his feet up under him, but we need those two linebackers with McKenzie and Frost in there, if not at full speed, close. That's where we missed last year. Jeremy Hill was he was off to the races. He was out to practice early on a majority of those runs in the first half. Now, it was a muddy field. You throw all the excuses you can throw out there, but we don't need to see that. And Jeremy Hill's not walking back on LSU's campus in the games I've watched, and we'll just have to watch and see. But Leonard Fournette, he was touted as one of the best running backs to ever come out of high school, at least in the last decade. He looks like he's missing that next step to me. Now, can he gain it? Potentially so. He's got the frame. He's got the build. Maybe he ends up being that. But he doesn't have Bo Jackson and Herschel Walker speed by no stretch of the imagination. So that's where I think he's missing right now.
Yeah. He was touted. People threw the names out: Bo Jackson, Herschel Walker, Adrian Peterson. I hadn't seen that yet. He may run for 180. He may make me eat my words, but I haven't seen that yet out of him. Maybe it's the LSU offensive line that's not quite living up, much like the Auburn offensive line. Maybe they have not quite hit their stride yet and gelled like everybody thought they would. That could be an issue as well. We're going to take your predictions today. Obviously, we've taken them all week. We'll continue to do that today and tomorrow. Auburn versus LSU. The tiebreaker being DeQuil Williams receiving yards will be the tiebreaker today on that prediction. We'll talk about some of the other games happening. They're a huge weekend in the SEC. We'll talk about some of those games. We'll continue to talk about this Auburn-LSU game when we come back. There's more Sports Call on the way, presented by Always Money.
Hawaii, and more on a land trip or cruise. Contact Rudalisa Anderson at Cruise Planners today. Why do the planning when it can be done for you? Visit exclusivecruiseplanners.com or call 844-722-6342.
Hookah shaka, hookah, hookah, hookah shaka, hookah, hookah, hookah shaka, hookah, hookah, hookah shaka, hookah, hookah. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401 on our AO Tourism hotline. Today's Sports Call brought to you by Auburn Urgent Care. Auburn Urgent Care offers convenient solutions for your healthcare and occupational medicine needs, including workman's compensation injury care and certified DOT medical examinations. With locations on South College and in Tigertown, visit them online at auburnurgentcare.com. We'll again take your predictions today, Auburn versus LSU, with a tiebreaker being DeQuil Williams receiving yards. We also talk a little bit, we'll continue to talk a lot about this Auburn-LSU matchup that revolves around our question of the day. What's your most memorable Auburn-LSU game? There have been quite a few, especially in the 90s when this thing got cranked up. The 90s and 2000s were full of great, memorable Auburn-LSU matchups. Randy, again, I mentioned in the opening, this young student here from Ohio State goes out on the field, gets tackled by the strength and conditioning coach from former linebacker there at Ohio State, Schlegel. And now, you know, I think he's a fourth-year engineering major or something. He's been on scholarship there for three years now, this being his fourth. Looks like they say maybe it's not official yet that he's going to lose his scholarship, but he's maybe suspended from it pending the investigation. He might lose his scholarship. You know, what's your feeling on this? You know, sophomoric tomfoolery, did it go, you know, it went too far, obviously. Do you just chalk it up to say, you know, kid just acted like an idiot, but to take away his scholarship goes too far, or did he get what he deserved?
I don't know. You know, I can say this. I think the Schlegel, the strength and conditioning coach, his eyes glistened when he saw that little kid run across the field. It'd probably been a long time since he'd been able to take somebody out, and he took full advantage of it. And he'll be kind of like the Auburn kid ran down the sideline after Melvin Ray week 1. I saw him, by the way. He's still down there at Auburn. I saw a report out there that he had a football scholarship from somewhere after one team saw. I don't know if there's any truth to that. But I do know Schlegel had a good time with it. I hate to say that, but I don't know. I think it's taking it a little far. What was his intentions? If they weren't anything other than to run out on the field, is that where you're leaning to?
Urban Meyer did sit down. He said he sat down with the strength and conditioning coach there and said, maybe you went a little too far, you know, because he not only slammed him to the ground, he picked him up and dragged him off too by his collar. But he said maybe, you know, you don't want to get involved in a lawsuit here or something if you injure this kid or something. So maybe we want to scale back. You appreciate the fact that you want to, you know, protect the players and everything, but maybe you settle down just a little bit and be a little bit more gentle, maybe, I guess, in that. I don't know, but I'm like you. I'm kind of on the fence about it. On one hand, I think, you know, don't be a moron. You know, I mean, if you're going to be a moron, you got to accept the consequences. The running out on the field deal, you know, in the middle of the game, I've never really understood that. You know, and I love it when people get I always say tase them. You know, I'm all for it. You know, that's fine with me. Let them pay the fine, put them in the pokey, whatever, because they're usually drunk. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, they're usually drunk. But I don't know if this kid was or not. I mean, I think you probably have to have a little liquid courage to get out there and do this. But, you know, whether they do it or not, if they take his scholarship away, I'm okay with it. If they don't, I'm okay with that too, to give him a second chance. But the lesson here is don't be a moron.
Question of the day, what's your most memorable Auburn versus LSU game? Carrying that one over from yesterday, several coming through on social media, and that's a great place for you to interact with us each and every day. Let's move over quickly before we go to our guest, and we'll have a guest on here at 4:30, and he'll talk a bit about it, and that is Brett Wiseman. from Saturdays Down South, and he'll talk a little bit about LSU in this ball game, and looking forward to that. We'll have Brian Matthews on in the second hour of the program, so stay tuned in, and hopefully Brian can give us some updates on those two linebackers and Patrick Miller that we talked about earlier. But can you remember? I know I said 1958 was the last time that Ole Miss and Mississippi State were ranked this high this late in the season. Maybe, I don't know. I could be wrong with this late in the season, but this is the last time middle way through the season they were both ranked as high as they are now. And I can't remember two bigger games for both programs that we'll see, but definitely we'll start with that Ole Miss team, and do they stand a chance against Alabama this weekend at home?
Yeah, there's no question. This is the biggest day in the Magnolia State in my lifetime. You talk about Mississippi State welcoming in an undefeated Texas A&M, Mississippi State just having beaten LSU's brains, and really, although the score didn't indicate it, and LSU, an Ole Miss welcoming in Alabama, just a tremendous atmosphere, there. And I can't remember a time when that's happened. And I mentioned this before the show. It's rare when one of those teams is really good, but for both of them to be really good right now. It's surprising, and it's something that doesn't happen very often.
Love to hear from you. 888-9 Tiger 9. Let's quickly go back to the phone lines. Matt in Auburn, you're on Sports Call.
Hey fellas, how y'all doing?
Good to hear from you, Matt.
Hey, this is Matt from Hackneyville, Randy. If you recognize the voice,
I definitely do. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Hey, man, I got three quick questions. I know y'all, if you got time, you can answer the third one. But the first one is the status of Whitehead. Number two is what's happened to Melvin Ray. I hadn't really seen him play, or if he has, I hadn't seen him got the ball thrown to him. I thought he really showed out in the Arkansas game. And the third question is, and I'll hang up and listen, is do you think Gus has purposely been kind of holding back on the offense as far as, opening it up, throwing the ball? Because it seems like, the last 2 weeks teams are stacking the box, and I feel like that's what LSU is going to do. They're going to sit back and say, we're going to make Marshall beat us. And I'll hang up listening and appreciate what y'all do, fellas.
All right, buddy. Thanks so much for the phone call. I'll start. All right, so I'll kick it to you. Whitehead, have you heard anything there?
Unchanged. He is still suspended indefinitely. That was the talk at midweek. That has not changed as far as I know.
Melvin Ray, I'll take that one. He has been lost in the mix. Only 4 receptions on the season, 107 yards and a touchdown. So when the ball's in his hands, he's making big plays, almost 27 yards per reception. But he hasn't seen the football in at least a couple of weeks.
Yeah, he's backing up Sammy Coates. He usually comes into the game and when Sammy needs a break, but the way that he has performed, I'm like you, toward the end of last year, the beginning of this year, I think he needs to play more. We need to, just like I've been saying, we need to purposely focus on to get Sammy Coates the ball. We need to get him the ball too. And that kind of leads into the last question. I hope we've been holding back because I think we've been a little stubborn to say we're going to run the ball. And because, that's what we're comfortable with. That's what we did last year, and it worked out so well for us. But we're going to have to throw more and more, I think, as the season goes along, especially you look at Kansas State and La Tech. I don't think those defenses are going to be any better than the ones we're going to see here in the next 4 or 5 weeks. So opening up the offense is not going to be it's going to be a necessity, I believe.
I definitely think so, too. And I think Auburn, if you look down in the SEC play in the next stretch, I think that we could lose 60, 75 yards per game in production running the ball, but I think it's there to be made up throwing the ball, especially with the receiving core that we had. You'd think that that's rough for Ricardo Lewis, for Melvin Ray. Sammy Coates is, 3 receptions on the season?
5.
5?
Same amount as Cameron Artis-Payne. Think about that.
Well, there's all that you need to hear. And we got a great guest coming up, Andy, and we'll talk a little bit about LSU.
Yeah, Brett Wiseman there from Saturday Down South. He's been covers LSU pretty thoroughly there. Going to enlighten us on everything going on with them and then, about this matchup with the Auburn Tigers this weekend. We're going to go ahead and take our break here, but when we come back, we'll be joined by Brett Wiseman from Saturday Down South. More Sports Call on the way, presented by Auburn Urgent Care.
Dr. Pepper. Here's to a one-of-a-kind Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is a proud sponsor of the College Football Playoff. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham here with you for another hour and a half, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. We'll pick up your phone calls in the next segment, but right now we're going to welcome in a very special guest, Brett Wiseman from SaturdayDownSouth.com. Brett, how you doing today?
I'm good, Andy. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. I looked up, some things that you've written there for Saturday Down South and looked up a little bit of your profile. I understand you're actually from Philadelphia. How does a guy from Philly find his way down here covering the SEC?
Actually, I went to the University of South Carolina for school and fell in love with the South and SEC football and got the opportunity to come back down here with Saturday Down South. I couldn't be more excited.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this Auburn-LSU matchup this weekend. Obviously, LSU came into the season knowing that they were going to be young, but expectations are always high in Baton Rouge. Coming off of the Mississippi State loss, how does LSU really feel about that game moving forward after really being beaten soundly for three quarters, yet you're throwing in the end zone in the final play to win the game? How does LSU come out of that game? What's their mindset?
Well, I think they kind of realized there that Brandon Harris might be the answer. He got, Les Miles talked about after that game getting him more snaps, and he finally got him in the second quarter last week against New Mexico State, and he really gave them a spark. So I think if they're gonna compete this year, it's going to be because Harris is slinging it around for him, and he seems like he's got the talent to do it. We'll see if he is able to keep that up on the road this week against a real opponent and not a little bit of a cupcake like New Mexico State was last week.
Let's talk a little bit about Brandon Harris, the true freshman, announced that he will get the start Saturday. Just from what you've seen of him playing, is he ready to go on the road in a hostile environment and compete to win the game?
He seems like he might be. He's talked about how he doesn't really feel any nerves out there. In his debut when he came in against Wisconsin in the opener for a little bit, he definitely looked a little nervous, but he's settled down the more snaps he's gotten. And he definitely has more talent in his arm than Anthony Jennings, the previous starter, did. So I think LSU, if they got him in there, they've got a little more of a dynamic through the air than they did before. So I think if they're going to compete, it's going to be because of Harris there. They weren't really moving the ball at all. Teams were able to load up the box. They were trying to run it with a little bit more of a power game, and now with Harris there, they're able to spread it out. And this kid's got some juice. The team really looks fired up behind him last Saturday. And, I think if they're going to compete, it's going to be thanks to him.
LSU always has been a powerful downhill running team. That's certainly what they want to try to do, establish that running game no matter who they're playing against. Leonard Fournette comes in this season, highly touted as any running back probably in the last decade. People were actually comparing him to Bo Jackson or Herschel Walker. I guess is it a disappointment so far this season, or is it just the sense is that maybe it's just a matter of time until he breaks out?
I guess based on those expectations, I know Les Miles kind of pumped him up a little bit, comparing him to Michael Jordan and Adrian Peterson. It's not really fair for an 18, 19-year-old kid. I think, the first couple games, he certainly didn't look great. He wasn't showing a whole lot of patience behind his blocks. He was just kind of putting his head down and trying to run people over like he did in high school. And now, as he's getting more carries, he's getting more experience, he's looking more like he's ready to really take on a heavier load. He's able to wait a little bit and find the holes and not just try to plow people over. I mean, he is big and strong, but, I think he's learning that you can't just do that to people in the college game. So he's getting better and better. I think he's really a special player. I don't know that you can expect him to be a 1,500-yard guy this year. Obviously, he's off to a little bit of a slow start to catch that, but he's definitely going to be a guy that LSU is going to be able to lean on as the season goes on, especially as he gains experience and gets a little better back there.
Well, the offensive line at LSU has always been a strength. They seem to find these 330-pound tackles and guards. I don't know if they grow on trees down there, much like receivers apparently. But have they underachieved this year? It seems like LSU has not been able to run the ball exactly the way that they would like to.
I definitely would say that they've underachieved. Les Miles talked about before the season how this was going to be one of his best offensive line in his decade there in Baton Rouge, and they just haven't lived up to that. And I think it starts Elliot Porter, who was on the Remington Award watch list before the season, was suspended for the first 2 games. His replacement did pretty well, but there hasn't been a whole lot of continuity on the line there. Porter struggled since he came back. Basically, the only lineman I'd say that's really lived up to expectations has been the left tackle, Lyle Collins. They looked a little better last week when Harris came in. Like I said, the whole team kind of got a spark, and that includes the offensive line. They were really opening up holes. They're firing off the line a little better. So hopefully, it's just a matter of time before they're really gelled together and they're making holes for the running backs and keeping Harris upright for the rest of the season. But as of now, I'd say that they've definitely been one of the more disappointing units on the team.
And again, you talk about LSU, you always talk about tremendous athletes on defense. They fly around to the ball. Always a tremendous front seven. This year, kind of inexplicably, LSU giving up a lot of yards in between the tackles. What is John Chavis going to do to try to shore that up moving forward?
I'm not really sure there's much they can do right now. Quentin Thomas, who's a starting defensive tackle, is battling a torn biceps, and he hasn't as of yesterday, he hadn't practiced yet this week, so it's pretty likely he's not going to be playing against Auburn on Saturday. And they just don't have the depth there. They're starting a true freshman in Davin Godshaw, and they've got a couple of redshirt freshmen as backups that just haven't gotten up to speed yet. So they're really lacking the depth and size and real talent there that they've had in years past. They've sent a couple of big defensive tackles to the NFL in the last 3 years, and they just haven't had anybody to fill that gap yet. So unless, some of these redshirt guys can really step up out of nowhere, or Quentin Thomas can get healthy again and quickly, they're really going to have an issue stopping the run, which I think is obviously a big concern against Auburn. Those Tigers can really pound the rock, and LSU just doesn't have the men up front to stop it.
Dwayne Thomas is reportedly out for the season. How big of a loss is that for this LSU defense?
It's definitely a loss. Thomas has shown a lot of versatility so far this season, or I guess he did before he went down. And he's been able to play safety and some corner. They're going to have another true freshman, Jamal Adams, step up in his place. And Adams has looked good out there. He looks like a ball player. He looks like he's a future leader of this team. But he is a freshman. He's going to be stepping into a hostile environment there. This is the first road game for a lot of these young guys. So losing Thomas definitely hurts. He's definitely been a major piece of the defense, even playing as the nickel back. So it's going to be interesting to see. I know Auburn's got some talent in the receiving corps, so it'll be interesting to see if they can take advantage of that absence.
We've got Brett Wiseman here from SaturdayDownSouth.com, writer for that website. When you look at this Auburn-LSU matchup, what stands out to you the most as far as maybe an advantage for Auburn and an advantage for LSU?
The advantage for Auburn is certainly their running game against LSU's run defense. Like I said, the LSU Tigers, lack the depth there to really stop it. And, the LSU's defensive backs are already talking about creeping up to the line to help stop that up. And if they do that, I think they're going to be in trouble. If they give Nikhil Williams and a healthy Sammy Coates, if he's there, and Quan Bray, if they can get one-on-one matchups out there and there's no safety help over the top because those guys are creeping up, LSU could really be in trouble. One place that LSU might be able to take advantage, if they can hit some big plays, they've got Malachi Dupree, the freshman receiver, who's looked fantastic the last couple of weeks, and they've got obviously Trayvon Durrell, who's been put up some amazing numbers in the first couple weeks of the season. He's tailed off a little bit, but he's become a little more consistent catching the ball and creating first downs. So I know Auburn's got some suspensions and some guys missing in the secondary there. So if Brandon Harris looked as good as he did last week throwing the ball, LSU might be able to find some holes there and move the ball through the air.
Well, quickly here as we wrap up, let's just kind of go across the SEC just for a brief look here. Alabama travels to Oxford, probably the biggest game in Oxford in a long, long time. Is there any way that you see Ole Miss pulling the upset here?
I really think Alabama's going to handle them pretty easily. I just don't know that Bo Wallace is going to have the chops to take advantage of that defense. He's been turnover prone, off and on throughout his career. And the last couple of weeks, he's been a little shaky. I just think Alabama's defense is going to be able to rattle him and force a couple turnovers. And I think the Crimson Tide have the most complete offense in the league this year. Blake Sims has looked great back at quarterback. Amari Cooper is one of the best skill position players, if not the best in the country. And they've got obviously the incredible offensive line as always, and amazing depth at running back. So I don't see any way that Mississippi can overcome that.
Texas A&M after a big win over Arkansas in overtime, they go to Starkville, Mississippi. A big weekend in the Magnolia State. Mississippi State looked tremendous for 3 quarters against LSU. They kind of forgot how to play, I think, in the fourth quarter. Got really relaxed. This is a very interesting matchup. How do you see this one playing out?
It was definitely an interesting one. It's for sure the biggest game of Dan Mullen's career there at Mississippi State. I do like the Bulldogs. I know they're I think they're a 3-point favorite right now. Last I checked, I definitely see them taking it. I don't know that Kenny Hill is going to be able to handle the kind of defensive pressure that they're able to bring with Preston Smith and Bernardrick McKinley there. I think they're going to be able to rush him a little bit. When he faced pressure against Arkansas last week, he was a little shaky until the fourth quarter there. So I think they'll be able to take advantage of that. I think Dak Prescott is pretty incredible as a dual threat quarterback, one of the best in the league, if not the best quarterback in the SEC. So I think they'll be able to, with him running the ball and Josh Robinson there, I think they're going to be able to move the ball up and down against A&M, and I think the defense is just going to beat them up. So I'm taking the Bulldogs in that one.
And how things have changed. 25, just 10 years ago, a Florida-Tennessee game would have been the marquee game of the week. Now it's relegated to an 11 o'clock SEC Network game. Florida traveling to Tennessee. Tennessee, a tough loss at Georgia. Florida really looking for answers, not finding any. How does this one play out?
I think this is the week that Butch Jones finally gets a big SEC win, if you can call it that, over this kind of Florida team. But I don't know that Jeff Driscoll's the answer anymore at quarterback for Florida. He could barely move the ball at all against Alabama a couple weeks ago. Obviously, Tennessee doesn't have that kind of defensive talent, but I think with the problems that they're having with Driscoll there on offense, I think Tennessee is going to be fired up. It's a young team. They've got the senior leader though with Worley. Jalen Hurd has looked pretty much like a stud for the last couple of weeks. He's just getting better and better as a freshman. I think Tennessee is going to be able to just pull out a win there. I just don't have any confidence at all in Jeff Driscoll at quarterback. I can't see him getting any kind of big win on the road.
Well, everyone, be sure to go to SaturdayDownSouth.com and check out Brett Wiseman and all that he has to offer there. He does a great job. Brett, we really appreciate you joining us on Sports Call this afternoon.
Absolutely, Andy. Great talking to you.
Great to talk to you as well. We look forward to talking to you again sometime. There's more Sports Call on the way right after this.
Whoa, I got to pull in here. It's fueling happy hour all day, every
Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham, and now joined by Brett Pritchard. I'd had enough of Randy. Send him packing, and I've invited in our other co-host.
You'll
Brett
probably have
Pritchard.
enough of me in about an hour. Won't you?
That's all right. That's all right. I got to have enough of you tomorrow as well.
There you go.
We'll be at Finks there in Auburn tomorrow, live doing Sports Call. But Brett's joining me now. We'll be with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free, or locally at 334-887-3401 on our Auburn Opelika Tourism Hotline. We'll take your predictions today, Auburn versus LSU, with the tiebreaker being DeQuil Williams receiving yards. Our question of the day: what is your most memorable Auburn LSU game? And Brett, you haven't been here all week. I'll just ask you, what is your most memorable Auburn LSU game?
94. I mean,
were you there?
I was.
Yeah.
I was there. And,
I was not at that game.
I was there in 94 and sitting in the upper deck, actually. And but, man, it was such a – man, I wanted to leave so bad at half. It was just not very fun, and was actually I think the last time LSU had scored, or the last time we had the ball trying to score, that I thought we had a manageable amount of time to maybe somewhat come back, and we went 3 and out. And I said, look, just get your stuff. We need to get out of here. And I was on the ramp walking down. I'd left. I'd had enough walking down the ramp, and then the first interception. And then so we went back and saw that, went back and sat down. Then offense went back out on the field after we held LSU. No good again. I said, look, get up. Let's go. I said, we're not going to be able to. Got on the ramp again. This is a true story. Got on the ramp again, heard another roar. There it was. And so I said, look, we're going back. We're not going anywhere this time. Just stay to the dadgum end. So stayed to the end and watched us come back. I was there at the barn burning game and was sitting in the student section. That was 2 games before I started working for media relations. That was one of the rare times I was able to sit in the student section while I was a student at Auburn before I started working for media relations. And just looking back over my shoulder and seeing the flames come up over is kind of scary, because you look around, you start seeing panic in people's eyes, and you start wondering, man, if something happens here, where am I going? You start planning a plan of escape. Of course, obviously, we didn't pull that one off. So
and to boot, Auburn lost.
And to boot, lost. So yeah, those 2 very memorable, very, very memorable.
Yeah, we talked about those interceptions. A lot of people called in. That was certainly one of the more memorable games. And Randy asked something about the interception. Which one was it? And I said I couldn't remember the order, but it was Ken Alvis, then followed by Fred Smith, followed by Brian Robinson.
That's right.
That was.
And don't forget Chris Shellings, too, that he had in there to save the game.
That's right. And Brian Robinson intercepted another one and then fumbled.
And gave him another chance.
Gave him another chance. But I think, not to mention a fumble recovery in the end zone early in that game as well. But just an unbelievable. I mean, just the fact that the defense scored like that. I mean, that's just a game you'll never see again. Really, so many Curly Hallman jokes after that game. I won't say half of them, but just all LSU had to do, and we've seen if they just kneel on the ball,
don't do anything. Andy, we couldn't move it anywhere. That was the first time, I believe, Damian Craig played quarterback for Auburn. I remember the roar coming in, and the backup quarterback's always the most popular guy on the team, and he came in, he couldn't even move the ball. So, LSU's defense did exactly what they should have done. It was their offense that kept screwing it up for them and kept throwing interceptions, kept putting the ball in the air, and Auburn kept giving Auburn chances to come back. But that many interception returns for touchdowns, ridiculous. And I mentioned this yesterday. It's so odd to think about. You think about teams and you think, about how they played, but it's so different from week to week. That was the same year. Auburn goes 2 games and puts up 36 points on the number 2 team in the country and could not even hardly get a first down at home against a mediocre LSU team. And then the way the Iron Bowl ended that year. Well, then the Georgia game that ended in a tie after we had a huge lead. Yep. Huge lead, and Eric Zier comes back and ties the game, and I won't ever forget that. And then that Iron Bowl, they jump out on us 21-0, and we come back 21-14, and we're driving and a half an inch short of a first down. Half an inch short of a first down to end the game. Like, it's such a weird year.
Well, we'll continue on hour number 2 of Sports Call on the other side of the Fox Sports Report. Join us when we come back.
Located on Cobbs Ford Road, 334-290-1992. Visit us online at ReinhardtPrattville.com. Reinhardt Prattville, we sell to sell again.
You better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson, touchdown.
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive, belts and right.
Sportscall.
Oh, what a dunk.
Call in now at 887-3401 local. Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out.
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains. Sports Call.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham and Brett Pritchard here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401. We appreciate all of you out there that are joining us this afternoon, and we'd love to hear from you. Give us a call. Let us know what's on your mind. Our question of the day, what's your most memorable Auburn LSU game? There are so many out there. Not a lot from the 80s because Auburn didn't play LSU quite very much during the 80s, but so many during the 90s and 2000s, so many memorable games, so many memorable moments, so many bizarre moments in this series. We'll continue to talk about this game. Obviously, last year, weather was a big factor. This year, it looks like one of the most beautiful afternoons right now that you could possibly imagine. A high of 66, 65, a low of 44, and sunny skies. It doesn't get much better than that.
It does not get much better than that. Just hope it's right.
Yeah, really.
Hope the rain's not late arriving because it seemed like to start the season that we were looking at a football season that was going to be full of mildew and mold because all of the rain every Saturday. But it looks like it's going to be really, really nice on Saturday. We're excited about being at the game. And you're right. When the SEC went to divisions and we were in the Western Division, that's when really the matchup between LSU and Auburn became intriguing because we obviously have to play each other every single year to be part of the see who wins that division. So some great games between both teams. They've had their share of wins over us, and we've had our share of wins over them. So it's been a pretty even series. And you look back, and to me, I guess, kind of like making a bad grade on a test. They seem to stand out more sometimes than your wins. And then I remember going out and or not going down to the game, but in Baton Rouge too, that stand out. One where Les Miles mismanages the clock, and if they drop that ball or it's incomplete, there's a chance that they don't have any time to get a field goal unit on the field to kick it. He looked like he didn't know what the heck was going on, didn't even know where the clock was. And then the missed field goals by Auburn, 5 of them, I believe, to be exact. And we ended up losing 20-17 in overtime. We gave up a punt return in that game as well. So, we've had some crazy games. And also remember 97, Andy, when we got in there and Cecil Collins had about 350 yards rushing. We still beat them 31-27. And Rusty Williams had a good game for us. Damian Craig is always put on a show, and that was a back-and-forth affair. So that was a very fun game to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of my most memorable as well, 1997. Being a student in Auburn at the time, watching that game with a lot of my friends there, at my trailer. Like you said, back-and-forth game, just could not stop LSU's running game. They just would tear off 10 yards at a pop. But Damian Craig, to his credit, just as calm and collected, leads us down the field when the chips are down, puts it in the end zone, and Auburn wins by 4, I believe, 31-28. Tremendous game there in 1997. I haven't really had a chance to talk to you. This game this year, LSU coming off a fairly embarrassing beat down by Mississippi State, although they did get back in the game in the fourth quarter. But LSU travels to Auburn. Auburn has struggled at times running the ball. LSU has struggled at times stopping the run. What's your assessment of this Auburn-LSU game? What are the key factors to you?
There's a lot of key factors. Number one, Auburn's got to continue to play good defense. I think our defense has improved, and I think that's going to be one of the things you focus on. I remember the 2 years ago when LSU came to Auburn, that was one of our better games that year. We actually had a chance to win the game, believe it or not. If you look at some of the scores the rest of the year, you're like, how in the world did we play with LSU at home? But we did. So I think it starts with defense, believe it or not. But then our offense has got to be more dynamic. They've got to mix it up a little bit more, because the last 2 weeks have not been very impressive against a La Tech that the score ended up being, about what we thought it would be. But, you still had that feel of, man, something's sputtering. Your car may be still running down the road, Andy, but if it's jerking a little bit and sputtering, you're like, it's just a matter of time before it stops. And I think Auburn fans are concerned about the way the offense has been run. And then how does Harris respond on the road as a freshman, his first road trip as the starting quarterback at LSU? I mean, this is a kid that has got a tremendous talent. Auburn was in on him right there till the end in recruiting, trying to land his talents to come to Auburn when he goes to LSU. It's a different world when you're on the road. Now, of course, he played majority of the second half against Mississippi State, and he played last week. So now he's got a game and a half under his belt, but still, it's going to be a raucous crowd. How does he respond, and how does he handle the crowd for LSU's offense?
Yeah, Corey Grant, he's got 216 yards on the season. He's running for about an average of 6.4 yards, but he just seems like he's been non-existent this year. He hasn't, his longest run on the season, is I think less than 30 yards. Well, they need to get him loose on the outside. That's one of the things that Auburn has struggled with, that jet sweep, blocking on the perimeter. They haven't been able to really get that big play, and big plays is really what this offense thrives on. And if they can get him going a little bit, that certainly opens up the middle as well. And the passing game is certainly a way to open up some of those running lanes as well. But I'm certainly with you as well. This Auburn offense needs to be explosive, and as of right now, they haven't been as explosive enough.
Well, to me, when Corey Grant's in the game, everybody knows where he's going. He's not a between the tackles runner. It's too predictable. I mean, to me, that's why they're shutting him down. I mean, they keep trying it, and everybody knows. Say, look, stay contained on the outside. Don't let him turn the corner. And that's what they've been doing. And they've tried to counter that a little bit by running him up the tackles, and it just hadn't been there, Andy. I know at Kansas State, Auburn tried to get him a little bit off balance and run him up the middle, and it just didn't work. So, I hate to say, this because, he's gone, but, Jay Prosh was the difference maker right now, and it's obvious how important that H-back position is, because they're trying to find somebody else to step in there. Obviously, Brandon Fult's not getting it done blocking the way they want him to, and you don't realize sometimes till they're gone how good a player is. And just seemed like you need 3 or 4 yards. Jay Prosh just led that block up there and cleaned out a hole and opened up some running lanes for Trey Mason and Corey Grant and whoever may be on the end. I just think we're missing that element right now, and that may be something that we struggle with all year if somebody doesn't step up.
We'd love to hear from you. 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll free locally at 334-887-3401, and we'll go to the Auburn Opelika Tourism Hotline.
Shadow, you're on Sportscall.
Yeah, thank y'all for taking my call. I want to start out by asking y'all, has Auburn been predictable on purpose?
I think we have been a little bullheaded as far as our running game is concerned, and we could be a little more unpredictable. Maybe we're just trying to, get some things down right before we open it up some more. But I think maybe there's some truth to that we have been vanilla. We have been predictable a little more than we could have been.
We'll find out Saturday.
Well, one particular example, I think we'd all agree that Corey Grant's the fastest football player that's ever been. Has Auburn sent him up the middle as a runner and faked the run and then threw it to him when he got behind?
I haven't seen that play. I haven't seen any really imagination on offense, to be honest with you.
If you take a look at the receivers with the 4-2, 4-1, 4-3 speeds that we have, who could stop Auburn if they sent 4 receivers deep with that kind of speed?
It's a good question. I'd like to find out.
Well, this is a game where, in the past, it seemed like the coaches that we had, and don't get me wrong, I think that Tuberville and Dye did a great job, but we've been very predictable in our game plan. Always, it seemed, playing to keep from getting beat. I personally think we have a different coach that preaches a different philosophy, and I hope and pray I'm right. And if that's true, this game could be over by the end of the first quarter. That's the way I feel. And where do you see that I'm wrong? I mean, I do believe that Auburn could end this game with 3 or 4 quick touchdowns. I mean, my gracious, Johnson proved we can score like lightning. We could do the same, I hope, with Marshall at the quarterback position. Don't you think?
Well, I think some things are going to have to change for that to happen. I mean, Nick's going to have to be able to hit some of those deep passes rather than overthrow them. And I think we're going to have to be, like you said, a little bit more creative offensively, and instead of being, like Andy said, bullheaded and continuing to just pound up the middle. So for Auburn to jump out that quickly, they're going to have to be some things to keep LSU guessing and off balance. And up to this point, they haven't done that. Doesn't mean that Saturday they've got a whole new package ready.
Well, I personally think they're going to come out with guns blazing. I think that we will be able to see, at least by you'll be able to tell within the first 5 or 10 minutes who's in control of this game. And I hope that we do not keep Marshall on the field so long that it hampers our chances to win. If we need to put Johnson in there, let's do it and win the game. Thank you.
Appreciate it. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 334-887-3401 to be part of the program. And I don't know. I mean, anything could happen. We've seen stuff happen in
this game's not going to be over at the end of the first quarter.
I just
don't see it.
Now I would like for it to.
I would love for it.
Okay, I mean, I'm all with him on that one for sure, but I just don't see it happening.
No, up against our first break here, but more Sports Call on the way right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Brett here with you for another 40 minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. We appreciate all of you out there joining us this afternoon. Brian Matthews will join us at 5:30. We'll catch up on all things Auburn. We'd love to hear from you. Give us a call, and we'll go right back to the AO Tourism Hotline.
Matt in Auburn, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, young man, how y'all doing?
Doing good, Matt. What's going on?
Yeah, this is Matt calling. I called earlier, but I knew they had a guest going on, so I had to cut it short. But anyway, I appreciate y'all letting me back on. But just one more thing I wanted to point out, and Andy, I agree with you 100%, that it's like we've been stubborn, running that ball up the middle when teams are giving us the pass wide open. And I know Nick Marshall a lot of times misses his checkdowns, and it's like I just don't know if he's ever going to be a great thrower. But my question is what's wrong with when we start sputtering on offense? What's wrong with bringing Jeremy Johnson in a series or two just to loosen up the defense a little bit? Even though when we bring him in, they may say, well, they're going to ball, but I mean, he's proven that he's a good thrower. And I mean, if you ask me, point blank, the best quarterback in the SEC is sitting on the bench. And I like Nick Marshall, and I appreciate everything he did last year. But, teams are giving us pass because they're bound and determined to stop our run. And our run just ain't clicking mainly because of those 3 key losses we've got. And I'm not saying get away from the run, but it's like, we're going to get caught with one of these big games coming up where, we're going to have to throw the win. But anyway, what's y'all thoughts on bringing Jeremy Johnson in earlier in the game to loosen everything up?
Well, Matt, first of all, I think that is one of the things that teams are doing is they're like, look, well, we just, you may burn us a time or two, Nick Marshall, but for the most part, we don't respect your pass enough to worry about it more than your run. So we're gonna play your run more heavily, and I think Auburn's got to establish some success early in the game with Nick Marshall throwing the ball to loosen up the run. It was opposite of that last year, but I think that's going to have to be the case this year, and I don't have a problem with it because if you need to bring every time Jeremy Johnson's been in a game for Auburn, they've been successful offensively, Andy.
Yeah, I've been saying this for years. As far as any kind of let's have a plan for Jeremy Johnson, I always am in favor of give him a series. Don't bring him in for some ridiculous wildcat. Put him out at wide receiver or some play like that. I want to see him in back-to-back plays in a series. Let him see what he can do, throw the ball. I'm always for that. I don't think we're going to see it because we haven't seen it yet unless something has changed in Gus Malzahn's philosophy. Now, I'm not questioning him. I mean, I'm going to ride him as long as he'll take it. I'm not going to argue with him, but in my opinion, that would be much better. That would be a much better idea to give him a series, whether that be early, middle, or late. It doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And like I said, I have to keep reminding myself that, I'm 100% behind Gus Malzahn, but he's still a young coach as far as, head coaching experience. And maybe he'll see that, hey, bringing, I think what he's scared that it's going to hurt Nick Marshall's confidence. Maybe, I don't know what it is, but, it's obvious that Jeremy Johnson is talented. So, I'm like, get him in some, and not in the Wildcat, like I said. But appreciate y'all taking my call, fellas, and y'all do a good job. Y'all have a good evening.
Matt, appreciate it. And look, I don't think it has anything to do with, us jumping off a ship or not supporting the coach. Look, you can support coaches, but you can also question why things are being. Look, he's a human being. He just like the rest of us, and we all tend to get stubborn sometimes. And even last year, Gus Malzahn had a big lead on Georgia, kind of pulled off the gas. Georgia came back. Luckily, with the catch, it didn't hurt us. It hurt us in the Florida State game, We could have really put the pedal down. Third quarter looked like we took the quarter off, and sometimes he gets that way. I mean, you start to see tendencies develop over a guy's career, and right now the tendency is that he's looking back into last year's mirror and seeing that we ran the ball so well, so you don't just necessarily naturally do that again, just like you did the previous year, because there's different pieces missing. And I think he may be having a hard time grasping that. And it's not that we're running it terrible, but we're not running it to the level that any of us saw last year. And sometimes you just got to change a little bit. The thing is, Andy, that I see is that we don't utilize a lot of our players. You got CJ Uzoma out there that doesn't get used. I think we're going to look back in 2 years and go, when he's in the NFL tearing it up, going, my goodness, man, we knew he was going to be this guy, and we didn't take advantage of it. I just think there's some guys that we just don't utilize enough that could be real creative. You can still do the things that you're doing to be successful, but you could do a little bit more with what you got. Let's go back to the phone lines. Casey in Montgomery, you're on Sports Call.
How's it going?
Good, Casey.
Well, I think about Jeremy Johnson, and just like all these other callers are talking about, the old saying, the best quarterback, the backup quarterback. But, I think in this case that he is, as far as the pure polished passer, the best quarterback probably in the league right now, even with the few snaps he's made. Now, here's what I would have been doing since, preseason, is having his plays be 4 wide shotgun plays, and you can actually motion Uzoma out as a wide receiver, bring him back in the block, have Corey Grant in the backfield and have him catch the swing passes, and also do 5 wides or, that to me will be like, a real, like a change-up pitch, like you're in the major league, you got the fastball, and all of a sudden you got a curveball. I mean, absolutely you can use this guy, and his abilities, and all that really matters is a W at the end of the game. And I don't see why in the world, if it comes to, again, us winning and losing the game, I would snatch him in a heartbeat to put him in there. But I just don't see why we don't have a more consistent group of plays for Jeremy Johnson.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't understand that too. I think about the Kansas State game, the way we used Jeremy Johnson in that game, and I just cringe. I think that's a waste of his abilities. It
was an insult, really.
I'm like you. I think that he could be more utilized. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't take anybody right now that I've seen in the SEC over Jeremy Johnson. Right now, throwing the ball.
I agree with you.
I've seen him throw the ball in that first half of the Arkansas game. I've seen him throw the ball when he's gotten in the game. I would take him over anybody that I've seen right now in the SEC.
Just think about it. You got those 2 receivers, Sammy Coates, if he's 100% healthy. Then you got Duke, and then you got Quan Brave stepping up. And, you got 3 threats, and then you got, what is his name?
Melvin Ray.
Melvin Ray, that's exactly who I was thinking about. And Uzoma can be a great slot threat, in blocks. And just think about Corey Grant, with all those guys having to block, downfield or run after the receivers, throw in a draw. That guy will get 15, 20 yards.
Casey, you got a prediction for tomorrow? For Saturday? Or tomorrow?
Well, it depends. If we continually try to run basically the wing, run the option, I really think that our offensive line, I think our offensive line right now is a big issue on the team. I watched the game. I watched some of the replays. I really just don't think our line is firing off like we did last year, with the exception of Reese Dismutes and every now and then Sean Coleman. I really think if we try to do that, it's going to be a real tight game, even with a freshman quarterback. But I'd say Auburn maybe 31, LSU 23.
31-23. What about Duke Williams receiving yards? That's a tiebreaker.
I think you'll have about 120.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Matt, we appreciate you. Casey, we appreciate your call.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And set simple, 1-888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401.
Up against the break. When we come back, hopefully Brian Matthews will join us from auburnsports.com. More Sports Call on the way right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham here with you for another 30 minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. We'll actually pick up your phone calls in the final segment of Sports Call this afternoon. Right now, we're going to welcome in, excuse me, our good friend Brian Matthews from AuburnSports.com. Hey, Brian, how's it going today?
Oh, it's going great. How are you guys going?
Doing really well. First of all, let's just go ahead and maybe get this out of the way. The injuries that Auburn suffered there in the Louisiana Tech game. Obviously, Casanova McKenzie, Chris Frost, and Miller were the significant injuries. Can you just update us on their status?
Well, we don't have, definite updates because Gus is not going to get that out. But it sounds like all three are fairly questionable. Casanova McKenzie had the mild concussion. Chris Frost, there was some sort of knee sprain or strain there, and then I think with Patrick, it was just a turned ankle of some sort. But Gus did say that they were out at practice at least, moving around a little bit Tuesday. So I think there's a fair chance that at least one or two of them will play.
In your opinion, who if we lost one, who would be the one that we could not afford to lose going into this game?
Well, you need one of those linebackers, I think, because, you're talking about an LSU team that got to excuse me, I'm here at Spain Park and who we're about to play here, and the music's kind of loud. But against an LSU team, you got to get lined up right. You saw against LSU last year that Auburn had some issues there early in the game, and LSU broke some long runs against them in that first half. So I think that's really important to get one of those guys back, whether it's Frost or McKenzie, out there getting the defense lined up right so they can, keep sort of avoid those big plays.
Well, the coaches are obviously going to say that they have a lot of confidence in Anthony Swain and Trey Williams, who would be the guys that get the start here in this game if if Cass and Chris are unable to play. Do you think that they really do feel comfortable with them? Do they feel like they would be able to, be what they need to be in this game?
Well, I do. Swain is a veteran, and I think Trey Williams may be one of Auburn's most talented defenders. He may not line up or do everything correctly every time, but he's a playmaker out there. I think it's just a matter of time before he's eventually a starter. He's just a really talented young man.
Well, Auburn kind of switched up the offensive line this past week, moving Chad Slade and Avery Young, kind of switching positions. Of course, then Patrick Miller gets hurt, and Avery Young slides out to tackle. They bring in Devontae Danzy. Is that the offensive line that you think they'll go with this week with Avery Young at tackle?
I do. Unless Patrick comes back, I do. And I think they're fine there. I think they feel really good about Danzy and how he's played and how he's performed before this season and preseason practice. Really, I feel like he took a step forward in his development. And I think they're just fine. If Patrick can't go, and if he can, Danzy will be ready to step in and, if and when needed.
Well, Brandon Harris, the freshman, it was announced that he will get the start here in Jordan-Hare Stadium Saturday night, no doubt. It was down really to LSU and Auburn with this kid. I know you covered him a lot, got to know a lot about him when he was thinking about coming to Auburn. Just give us a little thumbnail sketch about Brandon Harris and what we can expect.
Well, he's very talented, and he's one of those dual threat guys that has a really strong arm. But all that said, you got to like the matchup with Auburn's defense playing so much better, and a true freshman starting his first conference game on the road in Jordan-Hare Stadium at night. I think that's a good recipe for success for Auburn's defense.
Well, when you look at this Auburn-LSU matchup, LSU certainly looked, they got beaten really like they haven't been beaten in quite a while by Mississippi State 2 games ago. Auburn coming in, the offense somewhat sputtering. They didn't run the ball quite as well as they wanted to against Louisiana Tech, or maybe thought they should. When you look at this matchup, where do you see the strength and weaknesses of each team?
Well, to give up, I think, over 500 yards against Mississippi State, I don't think that's a good sign for LSU's defense. I know they've been great in the past, but I just think they were a little bit weak up front of that defensive tackle position, lacking some depth overall. Then, the 3 best players on offense probably are their quarterback, running back, and wide receiver, and all 3 of those guys are freshmen. That's great for their future, but maybe not so good, going on the road playing Auburn Saturday night. So I think it's a great matchup for Auburn. Now, it may end up being one of those Auburn-LSU close nail-biters, but I just have a feeling – I just think Auburn has the opportunity to really make a big statement here Saturday.
Well, Brian, our question of the week this week has been, what's your most memorable Auburn-LSU game? I'll pose that one to you. I don't want to put you on the spot, but what's your most memorable Auburn-LSU game?
There's been so many great ones, but I would have to go back to 1994, I believe it was. Auburn could do nothing offensively, and then the defense came up with, I think it was 3 interceptions returned for touchdown, and another fumble recovery. It was just an incredible performance interception game. One of the all-timers as far as Auburn is concerned.
Yeah, that's been a popular pick this week. Everybody remembers that game just because of the miraculous nature of it, and the ineptness of Auburn's offense, and the fact that LSU just kept throwing the ball. All they really had to do was kneel on it and punt, but they just kept wanting to throw the ball as well.
And you go back to 2004 and 2010, both those LSU wins were sort of the stepping stones for those championship seasons. So just some great games that you go back to history of them. It's just been a terrific series.
Well, Brian, Brian Matthews here from AuburnSports.com. In the end, at the end of the night, Saturday night, how do you see this game playing out between Auburn and LSU?
I think Auburn's going to win by 3 touchdowns. I just feel that confident about it. I could be way off, but I love the matchup on both sides of the ball for Auburn. I think offensively, Auburn's been playing a little bit of possum, and I think we'll see a little bit more of their offense Saturday night.
Well, you just made a lot of people happy. I feel pretty good about that one. And this is the same guy that I asked, I believe, that said that South Carolina over Georgia was his upset pick. So just as a little background there. You said you're in Hoover, watching Hoover in Spain Park. You looking at anybody specifically?
Well, Hoover linebacker Darrell Williams is committed to Auburn, but Alabama's still coming after. So we're going to watch him and then talk to him after tonight's game.
Anything else going on in recruiting right now? Obviously, big games like this in the SEC, Jordan-Hare at night is a good showcase for Auburn. It's another big weekend for recruiting, I would imagine.
A huge weekend for recruiting. 7 official visitors, a couple hundred unofficial visitors. Many of the top 2016 type prospects around the country will be there. So it'll be a big weekend recruiting-wise. The guy to watch, I think, of official visitors is the tackle Maurice Swain. He's a guy that could be close to the decision.
Well, Brian, just let us know what's going on right now at AuburnSports.com.
Well, we've had tons of coverage this week leading up to LSU, tons of recruiting coverage, and we'll have plenty of previews of that big weekend tomorrow with the War Room, and then get ready for the big game Saturday.
Well, Brian, I am going to hold you to that prediction, and I am praying that it comes true.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you so much. Brian Matthews with AuburnSports.com joining us every Thursday. Really appreciate all he does. He does a fantastic job covering Auburn sports. More Sports Call to come right after this.
Purchasing a home can sometimes be overwhelming. Instead, it should be an exciting time for you and your family. Hi, I'm Angela Van Houten with Century 21 Lake Area Realty. I want to help you find the home or property that perfectly fits your needs. With over 15 years of experience in real estate, I am proud to serve the Lake Martin and surrounding areas. Call or text me today, 256-596-0566, or find me on the web at angelavanhouten.com and let me help you find the home you've always dreamed of.
Auburn Urgent Care, located on South College in Auburn and on Enterprise Drive in Opelika near Tigertown, offers convenient solutions to your healthcare and occupational medicine needs. We offer workman's compensation injury care, and we have a certified DOT medical examiner on staff. It's not about speed. It's about the quality of care. We're open 7 days a week, 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends in Auburn, and 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday in Opelika. Walk-ins are welcome. Auburn Urgent Care. 334-821-3221 in Auburn or 334-749-9191 in Opelika. Visit us online at auburnurgentcare.com. Proud of our past, confident in our future. And for your primary health care needs, visit Family Health Clinic at 1456 Opelika Road in Auburn. 334-826-8951. Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
CertaPro Painters of Auburn, Alabama and Columbus, Georgia is locally owned by Mike and Chris Dobbs. Whether it's interior or exterior, residential or commercial, CertaPro Painters delivers a professional painting experience to you. We give you a free, detailed written estimate, free color consultation. We provide a 2-year warranty for your protection. We also offer an easy pay program. Call 334-651-0063 or 706-225-8070. CertaPro Painters. Experience the difference a pro can make.
From cruises and resorts to land tours and completely packaged vacations, Rutalisa Anderson of Cruise Planners specializes in all types of travel and will create an unforgettable vacation just for you. Visit exotic destinations, Alaska, Europe, Hawaii, and more. Visit exclusivecruiseplanners.com or call Rutalisa Anderson of Cruise Planners today, toll free at 844-722-6342.
There's no doubt that high school and college athletics rule the state of Alabama. Increase exposure for your business by spending your advertising dollars on the best sports programming in Alabama with Sports Blitz, Sportscall, and the AHSAA radio network. In a sports-hungry state like Alabama, Sports Blitz, Sportscall, and the AHSAA radio network will offer your business the best return on investment. We have packages designed to fit any budget. Call today, 256-794-8223.
Before the big game on Saturday, tune in to Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown on FM Talk 95.9.
Answered prayer.
From 10 a.m. to noon, Luke Robinson, Brett Pritchard, and Randy Lee break down the day's biggest games and the latest news from around the sports world.
It's good. It's good.
You can call in at 800-782-0108 or watch live at sportsblitzlive.com. That's sports with a Z.
Appreciate your interest in the game.
Saturday Sports Countdown this Saturday, 10 a.m. to noon.
The Southern Tales collection isn't just an expression of class. It's an Auburn way of life. Whether it's a long day on the lake with your closest friends or cheering for the best team in the SEC, we aim to provide comfortable, quality clothing fit for any occasion. God, family, and football are the three things we hold closest, and we hope to share these things through our product line with the people we love the most, our Auburn family. SouthernTalesCollection.com. Southern Tales, not just an expression of class, an Auburn way of life.
This segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Resource Natural Spring Water. Resource is 100% natural spring water with naturally occurring electrolytes that support a lifestyle of well-being. When you need to refresh, revitalize, and replenish, it's always Resource Natural Spring Water.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final segment of Sports Call on this lovely Thursday afternoon. Andy Graham and Brett Pritchard here with you just for a few more minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401 on our AO Tourism hotline. Still time to get that prediction in, Auburn versus LSU, with the tiebreaker being DeQuil Williams receiving yards, or just to let us know what your most memorable Auburn-LSU game is. I don't know if there's ever been a bigger weekend for the Magnolia State than there is this weekend. Two huge games going on. Alabama, number 3, traveling to Ole Miss, traveling to Oxford, and Texas A&M, number 6, traveling to number 12, Mississippi State there in Starkville. You look at this Alabama-Ole Miss game, obviously Ole Miss's defense has played well this year. Their offense has looked mediocre, really, up and down kind of. Do you see any way that Ole Miss can pull the upset?
No. Not at all. Not with Bo Wallace at quarterback. He is he's unstable at best. He's proven last year he ran his mouth and talked about all the offensive points they were going to put up against Alabama. And the last time I checked that score, it was 0. He's opened his mouth again and said something about the beat writers that cover Alabama are just Alabama fans. So Ole Miss offensively has looked. You were very kind. I thought they looked a step above horrendous. They've beaten a bad Boise State team. They struggled with a not so good Memphis team. I don't know what they've done.
Beat a bad Vandy.
Well, they beat a very bad Vandy team. So I mean, what have they done? And they have an opportunity though to prove those like me wrong Saturday by coming out on their home field and proving. Mississippi State, the same way, Andy. They had a big win on the road against LSU. That was the first step to me. But I still think people go, all right, we know Mississippi State's always been capable of pulling off a big win here and there. And then a little bit of naysaying about LSU and maybe what they're all about this year, maybe the combination. Here's another opportunity at home to take care of business and move yourself up another notch in everybody's mind when you got a great Texas A&M team coming in here, a high-powered offensive team. And the one weakness that Mississippi State has had has been in their secondary. And guess what? It is going to be tested coming up Saturday. So they're going to have to be up to the test to pull off a win because teams are going to have to stay up with Texas A&M. I think Arkansas should have won that game. You can talk about the tripping call, how bad of a call that was. You can also look back and say they should have made that field goal. But Arkansas had a diagnosis for beating State. The problem is, can teams keep up with beating Texas A&M? The problem is, can they do that? Can they score with them? Dak Prescott's a big time football player that's a dark horse for the Heisman. If he scalds Texas A&M, he moves up into the top 3 in my opinion.
I think you're probably right. You look at Ole Miss welcoming in Alabama. They have built this game up to be the end-all, be-all. This is the biggest game of their season. They've had this circled forever. Like you said, maybe they were looking ahead last week as it was a 7-3 game going to the fourth quarter with Memphis. They end up winning that game 24-3. But I think Bo Wallace has to have a Stephen Garcia.
That's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take. Is that
possible? It's possible, I suppose. But for Stephen Garcia, it was a once-in-a-career type game. Can Bo Wallace have a once-in-a-career type game? Because I believe that's what it's going to take Saturday.
I mean, there's a possibility of a meteor coming out of the sky and hitting right out here outside of JR Sports Bar and Grill. But, there's always a chance. But he just tends to blow up in games, and he hasn't been very consistent. And to me, he's kind of their worst enemy throwing the football sometimes. But Ole Miss is outstanding defensively. It'll be a great test for Blake Sims and this offense for Alabama. I just think Alabama wins the game pretty easily and kind of puts Ole Miss where they should belong in the hierarchy of the Western Division.
And like you mentioned, Texas A&M, maybe the one guy that I would not take Jeremy Johnson over, at least right now, because I've seen Kenny Hill play. Listen to these numbers, 65.6% completion percentage, 1,745 yards already, 17 TDs, 2 interceptions.
He is ridiculous.
I mean, he has put up video game type numbers this year.
He has.
It's the system. Part of it is the system, but he is playing very well in the system. And like you said, a great opportunity for Mississippi State. People say, well, LSU's down. Well, everybody doesn't say Texas A&M is down. Everybody was on that bandwagon since they beat South Carolina.
That's exactly right.
And if they were to – Mississippi State's going to be without their center. Is that going to make an enormous difference? Is that going to be a difference type maker in a game like this?
Guess he'll find somebody else to step on over there on the sideline. So he can't step on somebody on the field. But look, when you take the center out, there is some change in the way you play up front. I don't care what you say. So I'm interested to see. It's an extremely interesting weekend in the SEC, and there's going to be a lot of maneuvering and a lot of changing. And I feel like Auburn holds serve. I think Alabama goes on the road and wins. So I think you're looking at a situation where Auburn has got to come out of their. They got to come out of the shell a little bit. They got to show some things. They got to be more creative. They got to get the ball to C.J. Uzomah. They got to spread it around. They've got to keep teams off balance and not be stubborn running it. If you do, Andy, I think you and I talked just a minute off the air during the break. It's going to be. It may not beat us this week, but it's going to beat us down the line if we continue to do the things that we've done in the past and be stubborn about it.
The other game that used to be 10 or 15 years ago, this was the marquee game of the entire weekend. Now it's relegated to basically what we, in our terms, would be the Jefferson Pilot game.
That's exactly where it is.
Florida at Tennessee. Tennessee coming off a heartbreaking loss to Georgia. Florida coming off a bye. Can Florida – have you seen anything out of Florida this year that makes you think they can go in and beat an improving Tennessee team?
No, and let me say this: this is two teams going in opposite directions. Tennessee is building a program. Florida is crumbling around them and around Will Muschamp. So these two teams pass each other on the interstate. One going north, the other going south. Tennessee wins this game, I think, at home. This is what they've been waiting on. I know they beat South Carolina last year. But that was definitely it was kind of smoke and mirrors. This year, this is going to propel them, I think, in turning the corner, and it may be the nail in the coffin for Will Muschamp. I just think that this is a good opportunity at home for Tennessee to pick up. This will be a big win for them, even though it's Florida. The 2014 version of Florida, it'll be a huge win on Butch Jones's resume.
Yeah, and you got to get that first one, and this is the opportunity to do it. They had an opportunity last week. That would have been monumental.
They fumbled it away.
They did, but like you said, you bring in a Florida team, which is still a name. It may not be a good team right now, but at least it is a name.
Yep.
And you bring them in here, and how long has it been since Tennessee, upset Florida? So. A great opportunity, like I said, Butch Jones, for him to get that first signature win. And once you get that behind you, really, Tennessee could go on a run here. They have Alabama coming in to Knoxville. So you look on down the line, Tennessee, it could propel them. But if they lose this game, if they let Florida sneak up and beat them at home, perhaps maybe you could see Will Muschamp saving his job.
That's the way it needs to be viewed. And then you start looking, and then the real naysayers for Butch Jones will start coming out of the woodwork saying, look, this is the weakest Florida team that's ever come into Knoxville, and you can't beat them. I thought even though we're young, I thought we were supposed to be up and coming. This isn't looking good. So there's a lot of things on the line Saturday.
Sports Call back on the air tomorrow, 4 to 6. Brett and I'll be with you live from Finks there in Auburn. For Brett Pritchard, Randy Lee, I am Andy Graham saying so long for now. We'll talk again soon.